And good morning. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. How's everyone doing? All right. So today we're taking this on a diet. So let's make sure everything's included. Well, most things are included. And those bits we're going to ignore for now. We're going to be focusing on login, hash. Let's see, load auth key isn't actually being used yet, but it is. Oops. It was used somewhere. Thought it was in here somewhere. env auth key. Huh. Let's see. I was experimenting. I was. Do I have anything in my stashes? No, that's. Nope. Nope. Okay, that's empty. Okay. Let's see what our current weight is when we build it for prod. I think we were hitting the 100K and 90. See, we're hitting 90. Let's see if we can get it down to 60. So, time for a workout. Got a hash map in a couple places here. What are we using a hash map for? Oh, we can delete this file. Let's get rid of that. Okay. And this here, I think will save us some. Hash map seems to bring some weight with it. And fortunately, we've got an alternative. It might be a little harder to use, but we have map. So we can get and put things into a map. Or is it map, get, set? We might want to create a little wrapper, have a little hash map-like interface around this. We've got keys, we've got values. All right. Actually, I want to see that again. Values. Returns an iterator. This is a JS iterator. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to try to use that map. This map. First, let's just get it working. We'll kind of clean it up. I want to see if we strip it all the way down to a JS map, what we can get. And then if we add a little bit of a nice interface back on top of it, how much that adds. All right. Where do we do this? Here. Can we collect into a JS map? From iterator, please? Oh, no. Okay. Convert this into what? We'll do this in a for loop instead. For, let's say we're going to go basically looking at this form data. But what is form data? Form data is also a string. Maybe we go one step further. Because what if this wasn't a string? What if this was a JavaScript object? I mean, split's already there. Okay. Untitled array. That just returns object. I know we searched on this last time, and we kind of decided to take it into to a Rust string. But it seems silly to go into a Rust string just to take it back to a map. All right, give me a moment. I gotta call the dog in. Be right back. Okay. Oh, and let's start Midge. Don't want to miss that again. Okay. A text encoder. What? Oh, interesting. So, yeah. So this takes it to char code. Oh my goodness. That's this does not seem to decode UTF-8. Wow. When you feed it 300,000 characters. Buffer instances are also uint array instances. So buff.toString works in this case. What? Can we just take the buffer? Oh, no way. So if we don't convert that to a buffer, here, let's see. Now I haven't been using this spine gen or this macro here. Okay. Okay. No, let's just do a console, websys console, log 2, a string from, oops, that needs to be a reference. This needs to be a reference. Now, in this case, we're going to use buffer to string. I'm skeptical. Does that actually take it to a JS string? No, it doesn't. Distinct Twitcher. Good morning. It's kind of like a BSD with a pretty face, you know? I'm a big BSD fan. I like the underlying like the user system. So we're actually using an array buffer. Array buffer has a toString on it, which should be this one. So why is it saying it's taking it to a string? That's the wrong one, isn't it? Because our buffer is an array buffer. Well, let's see. Let's see what happens. Okay, it just didn't. I mean, technically that should be cheaper. Let's see what happens here. Oh yeah, that's why we're not using that. Okay. So distinct Twitcher, which OS do you prefer? What's your daily driver? And what OS do you take out on the weekends? ToString just returns object array buffer. That is a horrible, horrible suggestion. Well, what's buffer? Actually, I think I'm calling the wrong function. So we have a uint8 array, and it has a buffer. That returns an array buffer. Okay, that's that type. Maybe to locale string? See, I don't think this is actually going to work. Oh, you switch to an M1 Mac. Yeah, for me, just this stuff here, right? This is just what I prefer, right? Um, and they've spent so much time polishing the user interface. I think eventually I'll switch back to BSD. Probably my next box is going to be a desktop with a decent, beefy CPU in it. But we're waiting. Waiting for all those GPUs to not be used for crypto mining. All right, let's try to locale string. Because if this works, this would save us some CPU cycles. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Let's resend that. Yeah, see, we're just getting array buffer on that. I think it's probably cheaper still to take this string from UTF-8 here, because that's all set up. So we'll continue to do this. Now we could do that unchecked if we want. I don't know if it's going to be valid UTF-8 though. Maybe we should operate on this as an array buffer. That's an interesting idea. What can we do with an array buffer or a uint8 array? Uh, Actually, I'm not a huge Linux fan. I prefer BSDs. Um, But interesting. Yeah, and I'm not like if Windows was my daily driver, like I had to use it for work, I'd use it for work. But then on the weekends, I'd still take out a BSD variant. Good morning, sarcastic Dante. We each have our own preferences. Okay, let's look up what a uint8 array can do for us. So we can get a subarray. For each per element. So for each U8, you would, okay, interesting. So buffer returns that. We have byte offset, which is how far in. Okay, fill for each length new. What else do we get on this? Is truthy and some traits. All right, not a whole lot you can do with one of these. And given that we know this is a string, I think we're going to just take this to a string, use the string operations, because I want to use something like split on a string, and that's going to be a lot faster than having to go back and forth between Rust and JavaScript for this. So we're going to keep it in a string. Actually, we're going to take this to a JS string. All right, now for a JS string. We're going to split it. Oh, we can split by pattern. All right. Form data.split. And we're going to be splitting first, just like down here on ampersand. Now, can this take... Okay. They actually want to take a string reference, a strref. So we'll split on that. That'll give us an array. And our goal here is to actually drop the size of this. Because we're at... actually, this is debug mode. But we were close to, what was it, 95K or so? I should have written that down. 91. Let's save that. I'm going to put that in the today message, trying to go from bytes to 60K. All right. There. All right, so we split it. Then we have our array, and we need to split those once there. Call decode URI on the element. And Bob's your uncle. All right. So now that we have an array, we can use an iter on that. Hey, thank you for the follow. A geo thing. No, what is this? How do you pronounce this? I see geo. Geothurgo. Morning. Morning. So we're going to get an array iter, and this is going to give us a JS value. It's not going to know what the type is, but we know what the type is, and we can do a zero cost transform on that. So form array dot. But do we want to do the iter? Yeah, why not? Because at the end we'll have to collect into something. We can't collect it into a map. And we could use a. Where's fold on this? Do they have fold? Reduce? Here's reduce. So we can give it a closure. The accumulator, the value, index, the array itself, and the value, the return value. This should be the accumulator again. So we can do one of these and then have the collection, the accumulator, be a hash map. Not a hash map, a JS map. So we'll call reduce. Now let's give it the predicate. This is going to be a closure with 4. Okay, so we have the accumulator, the item, the index, and the array. Now, most of these we are not going to use. The last two, not always very helpful. Okay, now we need to have our initial value, which is, this is backwards from the Rust fold, and that the Rust fold actually has the accumulator defined before the closure. Okay. Expected mutable reference. Found closure. Oh, does it fn mute? Does this want to move? Consider mutably borrowing here. Huh, that's interesting. Okay, now we have to pass back the accumulator. Okay, what are you? You are a map. Item, you are a JS value, thanks to array. Oh, these are all JS values. Okay. We know that's a map. Oh, it removed. There we go. Return ACC. Expected struct JS value. So we could take it back after the end of this. Let's keep going. So this item here, we want to be able to take that into a string. We know that's a string. Because we have a string, we're going to split on that. Now we're going to split once on that. I do not know these. Split limit? Split by pattern limit. Let's just do a split limit. Here, we'll get another array. So the separator followed by the limit, we only want to split once. And this is going to be an equal sign. Oops, let's assign that. Now inside of this, we need to take each part of that, called decode URI component on it. So we can get the first element, get the second element. Did they impl index on this? No. Is there an index? I guess gets it, isn't it? All right, so we call get. Key. That's going to be the first part. We have our key, we have our value. Now we convert them. Now we need to do a decode URI component and pass that in. This takes a stir. What about can JS JS stir string? Does it have as stir? Substir? What else? Asraf. Yeah, we have to go the other way though. Okay. Now we know that this is a JS string, right? Unchecked into. So we have our key, we have our value. Those are JS strings. I don't want to do it that way. Oops. Okay. Converting those into strings. Now, take those, call it decode URI. I'm surprised this takes it like that. Now I toss them into the map. I'm going to set that. That takes JS values, references to JS values. And what do we do if this fails? Can we bail out? Do we have to map that into a JS error? Ah, yes. Yes. So we should be able to bail out here. If something in here is bad, we do not want to decode this. So maybe reduce isn't the one. Let's look at array again. Because we can't collect into a result. Alright, we can just do a for loop, index, get. We can just map it. Let's call map. We'll just collect into something else. Ever prepare a MR, a PR, merge request? No, this is kind of garbage. Well, it has this feeling since you had this feeling since yesterday, because you basically had to copy paste a function to make Rusty happy, and API and the API is kind of crap, kind of bad. Oh, oh man. You can put out the PR and say, I don't like this. What can I do? That's a great place to hopefully rely on somebody else that's got more experience with the project. But yeah, that's rough. That is rough. You know, I don't see a good way of doing this, but let's try. Because what about result? Can we take result into a JavaScript array? Like, what does result do? Can we have a JS value of result? Oh, thank you for the follow. I7BKZ. How do you pronounce that? It almost seems like the last BKZ is because. It because I7? Maybe just doing a plain old for each. For index in 0 dot dot form array dot length. As they have a get, don't they? Yes. We'll give it the U32. It takes a U32. I was just confused. Let's grab this. Toss this in here. Okay. We still need the map though. Let's create a new map. Actually, on map, what does it take for set? Yeah, interior mutability. Wow. That does not need to be mutable. All right. Key value. Okay. Now these elements here. Map error. That should give us the right kind of error. Type mismatch in function arguments. Expected signature of function. JS value. Fine. Okay. So there's our map. Let's see if this works. First, let's see what the size difference is. Remember, we're going from 91,566. That's not right. Oh, because it didn't build. Phew. I was really worried there for a moment. Like, wow. That went poorly. All right. Build it again. Look at that. We just dropped. Oh, goodness. That's nearly 85. That would just be 6.5K. Do that. Do that thing. Let's see if it works. That now after that I want to see if we can put a nicer interface on that map. Hopefully it can all compile away. But for a nicer interface, I'd be willing to spend you know, 500K or not 500K, 500 bytes or so. Oh, you know what? How are we actually testing if this worked? Yeah, we got the object array buffer. Oh, here. And we should be able to just give it this post data. So we're posting to login. We should be able to read there. Get that, return this. It's going to say that it's not handled, which is fine. Okay. Now, where did our error happen? Hmm. Not a lot of help in that. So we are getting the printout. Not there though. We're getting here. Okay. Let's see. Loop. Is it between which half of this? We have this unchecked. We have these unchecked. Okay. Repost that. Okay. We got a loop middle. Ah. They're not strings. Or the get failed. Fascinating. Can we convert this to a log too? And also include parts? Oh. Do we have a logic error here? Yes. No, we split there. This should give us one. Okay. Log 2. Form array. Let's see what that gives us. Because we should have username equals whatever and password equals whatever. Yeah. Got username and password. So we have two strings that need to be split on the equal sign. So we start to loop through them. We have an index. We get by index here. It's a JS string. We split it. Ah. But we limited to the number of items, not the number of the split elements. Okay. That's probably it. Limit. Optional. Non-negative integer specifying the limit on the number of substrings to be included in the array. If provided, splits the string at each occurrence of the specified separator, but stops when limited entries have been placed in the array. Okay, that's not exactly what we want. Because we wanted to split. We wanted to stop splitting after the first one. So maybe we don't use split then. What else could we use? Because I don't want to just split just to join. That's a little weird. Index of. Could do that. So we get the index of the first element of the first equal sign. Then we could splice, split, slice. Why would you prefer slice over, like, let's say substring? Start and end. This one's start and length. And this one's start and end. These look identical. So just naming. No idea. All right, let's use slice. Okay. Separator index. Item dot index of. Is that what it was? Index of. Yes. And we can give it a stir. Yes. And we have to give it a starting point. And this is going to return -1 if it cannot be found. What do we do in that case? Right. Hey, Chris, thank you for the follow. This is where we want our string error. How are we doing? We're doing all right. Having a little fun with Rust and WASM, trying to drop the size of our WASM a bit. So, first attempt is looking pretty good. So, basically swapping out a hash map for a map and using some functions that are actually provided by the environment. Okay, so we have this error. We need a new error type. So we have JS error, pub. I'm just going to create a struct for this for now. Hey, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Tom. Gonna impl error for this. That should be it. Now in lib, let's make sure we have that. Have that set up correctly. And we're gonna go ahead and use that. Use error. Now going back to where we were. Oh, oh, it doesn't implement debug. Sure. My debug's pretty much the same thing. Yeah. As someone that is looking to learn Rust, where would you recommend starting out? Um, Rust can be used for so many things. So many things. What kind of area of this, I don't know, of technology are you looking to work with Rust in? You can use it for game engines, you can use it for back-end networking code, you can use it for embedded hardware, all sorts of things. What what sort of programming are you interested in? Command tools, TUI kind of thing, maybe some backend services. Oh, interesting. Um, okay, okay. So tooling, backend, gotcha. Um, so maybe some string processing, all that. I would say have the book handy. And well, let's see, what sort of experience do you have in programming so far? Okay. Oh, Elixir. I love Elixir. I like Elixir. So I'd actually start out with a community plus the exercises, right? Um, in terms of community, there's a couple of Discords that I really like. Um, so over here, there's, let's see, the Rust programming language, right? And the Rust programming language. These are, one is the community and the other's like the team. Oh my goodness. Oh, a Sonic kind of throwback there. That was such a fun game. All right. But these two places, definitely, they're great. Um, there can be quite a bit of traffic though. So if your question doesn't get heard, maybe try to find a smaller group, especially if it's more specific. So for instance, if you're using Tokyo, right? Tokyo also has a Discord, or Godot, right? Bevy here, Cloudflare. I joined this one recently. And in each of these places, you always find somebody that's helpful. The Rust community has been incredibly helpful. Now, beyond that, I would say, you know, that's like your safety net. But start with a book. There's going to be some things that are just different. So start with the book. And where is it? Learn. There's this little link at the top, this learn link. All right. They kind of have a multifaceted approach. Some people are great with the book. I'd say you've had some experiences. The book, you've had some programming experiences. I keep saying experiences when I mean to say experience. But look into the book. It's going to show you some of the changes between Rust and other languages you might be familiar with. It's gonna, like in chapter 4, they explain variables and the rules for ownership. And then there's Rust by example and the Rust Links course. So I didn't do the Rust Links course. I didn't try it, but I've heard good things about this one. And if anything, it's going to help kind of, what is this? The one I actually used was exorcism.io, but this has a similar feel to it. So this has a Rust course, Spot Rust. They move these things around every single time. There it is. But especially if you're doing command line stuff, I know at least when I went through it, they did a lot of string parsing early on. So that can be fun. Also, like the what is the other one? The yearly one, the Christmas one where you had to get Santa back to the planet or something. It was event of, it's like an event calendar, like no, Advent of code. These are just fun. So if you need something to kind of work through, these can be great to just have something, have a goal. Right? It doesn't have to be big, but it gives you that sort of something to work against when learning a language. Like, how do I do such and such? I don't know. And then you have to go figure it out, right? So Advent of Code's a lot of fun. Um, that and, use it. Rust, I wouldn't say Rust has a learning curve. It's kind of like a learning cliff, straight up. So you'll get to one level and you'll get to the next. So practice, practice, practice. Um, all right, so if we did have an index, Is it separator? Like, that's such a hard word for me. Now we get the two parts. Let key equals item slice. I'm going to go from 0. Is it inclusive or exclusive? It doesn't say. Let's hope that it's exclusive. We'll definitely have to test this. Then value. Say sep index +1 to the end. I'm guessing it's... All right. And now because we didn't go through the parts through an array, we don't have to convert it. But now we have a key and a value. Oh, I thought these... Yeah, that returns a JS string. Okay. I'm putting these types on here for my own benefit. Wait, that returns an I32? Okay. Well, let's just do this up here. Oh, of course. We have to do it after the comparison. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while either. I was actually thinking of reaching out. I hope he's doing well. Okay. Well, hopefully that actually did it. So then we have our decode. We'll run it again. Look at this. Form data, unknown map. Okay, so this might have worked. So these are JS strings. Let's include these. Key value. Bump this up to a log3. Username, password. AO, AO. Oh, great. So we got the, we'll get the offsets. Offsets correct. Okay. And that gave us the page not found. Perfect. Let's remove our logging. Okay, now remember earlier we were at, oh, what is it? 95? 91, 566. Okay. What are we at now? Because even though we took some stuff away, we did add some things like the new error type. 85. Okay, good. We're still good. Now, that's pretty good. It does return a map, though. We're going to save that. That looks good. Okay. Hey, it's Nildev. Good morning, and welcome back. Okay, now we're going to try to put some types around this, because the next piece of this in login is going to be trying to read this. And if we said we wanted like post data.get, and we could give it some sort of key, well, first off, we'd have to give it, you know, like login or username, right? But what's it going to return? See, the Rust version of this would return, what, an option to a value. It also took a different type, because this is a map. The get here is going to be a JS value. And we want some stronger types around this just for the benefit of our code. Even if it gets compiled away, it's going to help us. So, yeah, currently we're down to 85, 430, 453. But we're going to try to improve some of the ergonomics here. We're going to come up with our own little map type. I'm going to call it a JS map. Say pub struct JS map takes a K and a V, and inside it has a map. Okay. Now we're going to slowly be adding some elements to this. Come on. Let's function get. Okay, now we're going to pass, somebody's going to ask for a reference to a V, so key, or reference to a K, and we'll return an option to the value. Hopefully we're just doing some adding some type information here, and hopefully most of this gets compiled away entirely. Or at least just leaves a smidge. So we will call, we need a self on here. These types appear to use a lot of interior mutability. So self.map, .get. Now we have to be able to take this into a JS string, right? No, into a, not a JS string, to a JS value. This takes a JS value. So how do we put a constraint on this? We want it to be, or K into JS value. Okay. Now that's going to return, let's go back, a JS value. Now, what does this actually do? Right. Let foo equals map, new map, a redeclaration of foo, bar, fine, bar.set, hello, we'll set that to world. Okay, and if we say bar.get, give us some gibberish, we get undefined back. So if we get undefined back, we should return none. This is a JS value. Should be, right? Get returns a JS value. Now JS values have little test functions on them, so we can say is undefined. We can return none. Well, thank you for the follow, Rumble Tum Jum. Return none there. Otherwise, we need to do the cast, etc. TV Josh. Yes, we're wrapping map just to make it less error prone. Yep. Because I don't want to keep having to cast types back and forth. If I create something that is a certain type, Rust at compile time can check us, make sure that we're consistent in our usage of the map, and give us a consistent kind back. So now here, we actually have to convert it back to the other type. And it might be a string, might be something else. But in this case, we have a map of JS strings. And I think we need another constraint on this. It needs to be JS cast. Because we're going to do an unchecked, I guess we could try to do a dine into. To be used with caution. Hopefully, somebody won't be able to put something in of a different type because of Rust's type system. So v dot unchecked into v like so. And this will be a sum. Okay. But v needs to be JS. Wait, no. Yeah, JS cast. Okay. Now let's toss a put on there. Function put. I don't think we have. Let's go look at their map. So I think that takes the JS value for both. Where's set? Oh, it's called set. And it returns a reference to the map. Hmm. The Rust one would be a little different, but let's call it get and set. Self.map. Same thing for the key. And is JS value? We need that for different reasons. We might break this up. Those need to be references. Okay. That might be that. Let's try to use it. Where were we? We were in. Use JS map. There. Okay. Now our type down here is incorrect. It should be incorrect. We didn't create an into or anything like that, so what's going on? Can I find JS value? Oh, there we go. JS map's finally being used. Interesting. Do we need two or can we do one of each? We need one for each. Oh, self.map.set. I want to call set on that. Okay. What else? Post data. Perfect. So let's create a JS map. We don't even have a new function. Okay, let's make a new one. All right. And the phantom data there is just so that the compiler can hold on to the type information because it's being erased. Okay. So now we have our map, JS map new. Got our JS strings there. Should enforce what we're saving into it. Oh, did I put string string? Yeah, that should be JS string. There we go. You hate when Rust libraries don't expose the type they return from public functions. Oh, interesting. Like, you mean like they're leaking some sort of internal type or the type of some other crate? Okay. Now here we have a JS map. Should be able to get username. Good. That's not a JS string. I mean, that would be nice if we could convert that easily, though. Could we not do a dot into on it? What? Because it knows that this needs to be a reference to a JS string. All right. So we should be able to get the value here. Let username equals this. Password. Then we have our username and password. It's log 3. And these are options to JS strings. Ooh, interesting. These, if we don't have these, if either of these is actually none, we want to say what? We'll think about that. That would have meant that you posted to this page without providing the data needed. Probably like I don't know, like some sort of invalid login. Can't access make service function because make is a private mod. Uh, Interesting. Let's look. Oh, this. Yeah, sometimes they don't want you to be able to construct it. It's a public struct here. Is it not available in a hyper service make service function? Make. Were, were we in make? Oh, we're in make.rs. I see. So they're, hmm, yeah, they're selectively exporting it. Yeah, basically you get access to use it, but you can't construct it. Somebody created an instance for you. Yeah, for me, usually I bemoan this when I'm trying to play type wars with the compiler. Like, no, I want it to be this kind. And yeah, you can't specify the return type. Oh, oh no. Yeah, yeah. So, how would you specify the return type anyways? Are you passing in a closure to this or a reference to some function? That added 400 bytes. That's not bad. All right, let's see it work. The reason I ask is because if you're passing a closure in, you can't create the return type anyways. You'd have to pass a reference to some other function. Look at that. Okay. Perfect. Oh, we got an equal sign in there. Yeah, what was the other thing they were doing in there? They didn't wrap that, did they? Because they take uh yeah, they just wrap it. Okay. They're not like putting it into another closure or anything. So you're okay there. Yes, perfect. But our information here is wrong. Apparently, we got an equal sign there. I do not remember typing an equal sign into the. Oh, I did. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, it looks like it's doing it correctly. And that interface to that we can live with. Okay. So from there, what are we going to do? Also in login, so and that's gone. And let's return an error here. And what should we should return? Return error. Rate result should, yeah, it's a result with Boxstein error. So that should box up the error. What's going on here? Why can't we do this? We're calling into on it. Expected struct JS value. Why? Oh, because we're in the unwrap or else. Yes. Match that. Okay. That's better. Same thing here. Match this. Oh no, Mr. Bill. All right, now here, same thing. Oh, what is this? Expect blah, 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 blah. Okay. Let's make that nicer. So what does this return? JS value? It returns... Await returns what? What are we awaiting? The result of this, importing the key. That returns okay or not. But why is that? Why is this a JS feature? Shouldn't it be a feature that results in a future? Like it's a feature that returns a result? That looks backwards. It's a result to a promise. Oh. So maybe they're checking the arguments. All right, now the future returns what? Import key. Result is a promise that fulfills with the imported key as a crypto key object. Exceptions. The promise is rejected when one of the following exceptions is encountered. Okay, so we can get some valid information out of it. Map the error. This will be a JS error from that. Toss that on there. Done. Okay. So now we can load a key, return the key. Are we actually using that? No. Not using KV anymore. We're using the environment. Yeah. Having the right error types is coming along nicely. Better error types. Let's go find login. And we've got a lot of those commented out still, but they're not doing anything, so it's okay. Okay. Now we're still on the quest to give it a diet, so I'm not going to focus too much on some of these bits. I want to look at hash one more time. JSON parse. Okay. Post data. Anything else out of here? I think this is pretty good. Because if we commented this out, we actually don't save much. For example, let's just comment it out for a moment. All right, and now with that commented out, we should be able to see what the size is without it. Oh, wrong one. Build for production, please. So that there adds what? So right now without that, we're at 77K. And then if we put that back in, Not compile. Post data. Did I not save every file? Oh, I forgot to undo far enough. It's like, wow, it's smaller after taking it out and putting it back. Yeah. Okay. That's quite a bit, actually. I mean, part of it is what? It's probably able to get rid of map entirely. It's doing a decent amount. The try operators add every little thing in here. Okay. Now down here, what can we do with this? The templates end up being rather large. I wonder if there's a better way. Because we have to be able to read the post data. Like that's not really negotiable. These templates, so if we comment this out, we're 85.6, 64. What does it even do? The templates? So, wow. I mean, 64 for that. I mean, it's got to be something, but that's heavy. All right. So let's answer your question. What does this even do? We're actually creating two templates. Oh, what does the app do? Oh, Mimeograph. We're working up. Uh, think of it as a serverless WordPress. Right, we're actually working on login, and actually, I think we improved login today, even though we're trying to go for a diet, trying to thin it down a bit. So we are using Horror Show, and I think it's these two elements right here. So let's see if we commented out these two and change the page content to just this is a test, and we built it. Is that going to build? Yeah. Yeah, see, we're still at 65. Um, so these two pieces here are basically trying to. Here, let me show you. Basically, it's a macro that generates some code that is HTML. And we might need to rethink this. And this shouldn't be 30. What is it? We're at 65? 20K worth of code? I wonder if something else would be smaller. I mean, horror show. I picked it because it would be, well, it's got a community behind it, right? It's got lots of time being developed. And I tried to see this, like how much was actually being generated for this. Let's see. Cargo bloaty? Cargo bloat? What's this going to show us? Crates. Crates. Do I have to do this with like a plus nightly or something? I thought horror show had some types in it. It might not. See, here it's saying horror show's tiny. Yeah, technically yes, but we have a couple different limits that we're trying to play within. That's a great question. Really good question. Um, one of these is where do we store that? We would have to store it in KV. Now, if we stored it in KV, let's go down to the very bottom of this. Limits. The free limit we don't care about. But you can get unlimited reads per second, writes per second, yada yada yada. Right? Maximum size of 25 megabytes. So it's quite nice, right? Except there's a limit of how many requests to KV you can do per request. Let's see, where is it? Okay, there's a cache API, CPU runtime. Here's sub requests. And you could easily get to the point where you have half of that going to your templates. But maybe for something like login, that's actually quite justified. Because they do provide an HTML rewriter, so you could combine these things. Ooh, this is interesting. It's a nice little puzzle because we could drop a lot of our WASM weight and use this. I don't know. Can definitely see it for like the base page. And what else? Hmm. What if we said that any given page basically only did one fetch for its template? So we might have a system built outside of a mimeograph that builds the templates for Mimeograph. Could do that. And then Mimeograph looks for specific tokens in there, uses the HTML rewriter. We don't really have the templates so much. I mean, sure, certain parts are still going to need content, but we might be able to just use like a write for that. Right? Just regular string concatenation. Well, let's try that. So let's say that instead of this, we're going to pre-generate our HTML for the page. What does our page look like? Let's go to login, just enter. Ah, yes. I feel like I'm committed to hitting the up arrow. You know, you get past like 5, and it's like, no, no turning back now. Can't just type it. All right. So, view page source. Let's say that this blob of text is our page source. Hold on a sec. um, this is very important. Um, we have a local Minecraft server. It's running on a Raspberry Pi. And my wife just texted me if I could, if I can give her stuff. So give me just a minute. This is funny. Um, there we go. All right, back to where we were. So we could generate this HTML outside of this. Oh, you can't do page on that. So yeah, we could use something else to. What? All right. Environment's going to be development and binding. Oh, do we need another binding for this? Because right now we have what, pages? Yeah, we have a binding for pages. And that's going to be for the content, not for the templates. We have to create another binding. Let's create a new one. We will call it, let's see, element. Why don't they list the rest of the options? Where are you? Options. Oh, okay. Development. Templates. Add the following. Thank you. We have to do the same thing for staging and production. Oh, we need a comma or something? Wait, what's going on? Yes, comma. Okay. Now this one's for staging. And production. Okay. So now that we have those, key put env. Oh, no, we give it binding, right? Yeah, the binding name. Templates. Now I'm just going to give it the path for this. So for the key, it's going to be /login. Interesting. I thought before it was asking me to, like, I could actually, all right. So I do not really want to, I don't want to put the key in on the command line because it's got quotes in it. Okay, so we could give it a path. All right. That means we have to give it a path, though. What's our path going to be? Copy that. All right. So we've got those set up. Each one of those created. And now in here, yes. Oh, where was it? It was off of env, right? So we have env request, env dot, and what are we returning here? Page text. I had just been pulling this out of KV, but in reality, we're going to be doing two requests here, one for the page content and one for the page template. So we'll have to merge the two. So here, just give it pages for now. In this case, statics, that's an easier one. Statics. What else? Was that it? I think so. Okay. Now we were actually in login, and we were going to try to return the template from this other place. Now this is interesting because we should be able to pipe the stream and do other interesting things with it using their API. HTML. Beautiful. Thank you for the follow. Oh, come on, Mitch. Clean up your confetti, Mitch. There we go. Element handlers. Document handlers. Async. It's probably what we will be using. What I'm looking for at the moment is how do we do this and pipe it? I feel like I'm missing something. Handlers, global types, constructor, etc. Selectors, errors. Okay. Fetch older response. We have our new response on everything. Oh, localize a website? Oh, you're kidding. You can localize with this too? Yeah. Okay. Wow. So let's see. What else we got here? I18N data key. Oh, that's cool. So they just look that up. Wow. Oh, that's nice. That is so clean. That's amazing. Okay. Um, I want to see the bigger example of how they wire this up. So here, event respond with, event handle event. Element handler, handle event. Great. So they get the accept language. Return new HTML rewriter. Interesting. So they're actually returning that. And if we wanted to do it with async, because they're not really using async for this, are they? All right, how do we do this with async? Let's go back one. Async handlers. Oh, it can just be, just say it's an async function there. Oh, well, that's simple. Yeah. Well, that changes things. Okay. Now, what is the result of transform? Yeah, tell us. Tell us. They don't actually give us more information about that. They just say, hey, go ahead and transform this. Yeah, also, I don't know. I just want more information on it. See, that's global types. Should be a string, content options, controls the way the HTML rewriter treats inserted content. If the HTML boolean is set to true, content is treated as raw HTML. If the HTML boolean is set to false or was not provided, content will be treated as text and proper HTML escaping will be applied to it. Oh, I love you, Cloudflare. Wait. Okay. This seems like their type. This isn't like a, there are no links in this to like MDN. So I presume it's their type. So we need to create one of these. And we're going to be guessing on some of this. What do we have? Okay. Handlers. I'm looking for what type this is. Right, it looks like it's some kind of type. Right? A document handler. The element argument, used only in element handlers, is a representation of a DOM element. Oh dear. Villagers are being slain by zombies. Got the Minecraft thing. Console up. Okay, so we've got some properties, methods, quite a few. Now, what? Where is that used? Is that this thing here? Async element? That's not it. What is this? The element argument, used only in element handlers, is a representation of a DOM element. Oh, that's up here. That's that guy. Okay. All right, so that's that type. All right. So we have document handlers. I've been sent a message by a messenger here. Just a minute. Let me finish. Um. Okay. Thank you. And apparently the wolves keep eating the sheep. So we'll have to figure that out. Text chunks. Okay. So there's quite a bit here. Here we have selectors. These all look like strings. Error is fine. If we get this put in there, then that's going to drop the size of our WASM file by quite a bit. This is going to be interesting. All right, so we need an HTML rewriter. Let's add that. There we go. You know what? Let's save this. Get UI. Oh, there we go. Huh. Add that. Hash is good now. KV is improved. that what it was called? HTML rewriter? Yes. All right. This is neat. This is a lot of fun. I don't know. I enjoy exploring these APIs, seeing what people have come up with, how we can use it. Because I can see using like some sort of over here in pages, right? Let's say you have just some HTML page, right? And you have the ability to transform some of this content. Part of what I see that's going to be missing is the ability to, let's say, um, have the description of what the page is in one file, the template in another, and kind of merge them. Um, because we're going to need a lot of different kinds of templates. And I'm not really sure how to kind of split these up. Right? What if a page is consisting of, let's say, an image block, some sort of paragraph block, and some other things? Right? We're going to store that content somewhere else, and then we'll have a template. But how do we merge the two? What if we had two paragraph blocks and images in different locations? How do we do that with the HTML rewriter? I don't see that yet. Like, I get that we can insert content here. I don't really see a way to do this in a different way, unless the page has content in it already that we can extract, right? Rip out all of the different types that are available and create instances of them. Yeah, well, let's say you did have user info, but you needed to put 50 of them in. What do? Right? Or user info interleaved with something else. Because we can remove content. So we could have a section of templates. Then we could insert other content, having transformed that content. And I don't know how fast that would be. I mean, maybe we end up with the KV is actually storing a number of templates inside of it, like under one key. Because I mean, that's 25 megs that you can put into one key, which is huge for HTML. That's a lot of HTML. All right. Okay. CF. If I could type today. All right, let's go kind of down to the bottom. Pipe options. Durable objects. BOAB. Oh, let's just do it here. WASM bind gen. Pub. No. Extern. C. Type. HTML rewriter. Oh, no quotes on that. All right. Now we need the functions for HTML rewriter. On and on document. Looks like it returns itself. It's like a builder pattern. Function on takes this and a stir. What they call those? Selectors? It probably has to be a string. Followed by the handler. So on takes an element handler. And this returns an HTML rewriter. Okay, there's our element handler. Private, pub type. All right. And then on document. So we need a document handler. And on document. It's a method. Yes, name is on document. Okay. So we've got those, but we're missing transform, which feels poorly documented. Because what does that actually take? What is res? So it looks like we're going to have a number of different types here. Element, comment, text. Right, element, text, comment. We've got our handlers specified up here. End methods. Did I miss it? Where's end? Comment. End of the document. Okay. That's not what I was hoping for. I'm still looking for the declaration of transform. Old response. What can we divine from this? It's HTML. That's all I got. It's a string. All right. Let's say that this also takes function transform. And what do we want this to be? You know what? Let's toss one of these on there first. And then content. This could just be a JS value. And what does it return? Probably a JS value. I have no clue. All right. Let's go ahead and set up the, do we need to do a document handler? Let's see, what's in our document handler? This isn't very good at actually going to different places, is it? If I hit enter there, then it takes me there. But if I click on the link on the right, it doesn't take me there. A document handler represents the incoming HTML document. A number of functions can be defined on a document handler to query and manipulate a document's doc type, comments, text, and end. Unlike an element handler, a document handler's doc type, comments, text, and end functions are not scoped by a particular selector and called for all of the content on the page, including the content outside the top of the HTML tag. Okay. Let's skip that one for now. I don't think we need that one. Although it might be quick. Yeah, let's do this. Document handler. They call for each element on the HTML page. Sounds expensive? This one does sound expensive. Although you'll notice there is no element in here. It's the other stuff, text, comments, doc type, right? The end of the document. So is it as expensive? Maybe for text? Because you might have a bit of text on the page. But the rest of it, probably not very many of those. So let's open up Doctype, or Document Handler. Gonna need what, 4 of these? And got, you know what? And this type we don't know yet. And what does each one of these return? Does it have to return anything? Okay. All right. Let's look at Doctype here. Because I think you're supposed to mutate this, right? Replace it, etc. I don't think that there's actually you're returning stuff. So for this Doctype, the Doctype function on a document handler allows developers to query a document's Doctype. Lovely. So we've got name, public ID, and system ID. And these are read-only. Interesting. Okay, let's create a Doctype. So just like that, DOC, no capital T. Okay. Got to match those. And then what else? We've got properties, right? Method getter. I'll function that. Doctype. And these return strings? Strings or null. E. That's something that I've struggled with here is there isn't a way, or doesn't appear to be a way, to wrap this. Because if it's null, if it's not truthy, I would rather it be the other, like an option, right? This null should be none. String should be some. And I keep looking through the WASM bind gen bits. And there's catch, right? So you can say, hey, this returns this or that. So if it throws an error, right, the catch attribute allows catching a JavaScript exception. So you can do that. But what about the options? Because for these, we have to give JS value back, check to see if it's the right type. If it's not the right type, then it's a sum or none. But this seems like it would be just so nice to be able to do in here. In options, that's not it. Function overloads. Yeah, we see this happening. I'm not sure where this would be. Result. The result type can be returned from functions exported to JavaScript as well as closures in Rust. Okay. Same as here, an exception. Can we return this as a result? Oh. Yeah. See, catch result is only for catch at the end there. Extend scatter and setter. Final. All right, don't see it. These are just going to return JS value. I mean, I wish it was string. Maybe we could do a JS string. Because a JS string, we could still check to see if it's none or null or something. Right? Let's go back a little bit here. Oh. So maybe that's a big difference. JS string can be null. Is truthy. There. Okay, so we have those. I like the idea of returning the JS string if we know that it could be undefined. Hmm. Okay, that I can reason through. So there's doctype. Let's fill that in. Now for comment. Yeah, and now you can actually mutate it. You can remove it, etc. All right, looks like there were two properties, removed and text. Function removed. Let's see. This, which is a comment. Bool. Function, was it text? Yes, text. Okay. Now for the methods. These are not getters. Okay, now we need two values here. Content and content options. Do they describe what content is? Oh, they did up the top, right? Global types. Content is a string. Okay, let's just say that then. And content options. So it's basically an option between escaping or not escaping, right? Do you want this to be raw HTML and not escaped, or do you want this to be escaped? You're right. You're right. We could use this for it. When we get this done, I am much more likely to fix that. All right. Oh, you know what? Let's. If HTML is set to true, okay. Actually, we need an enum pub enum content options. I would like to express this in terms of escaping, not in terms of whether or not it's HTML, because that just controls escaping. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's no secret. Um, escape or raw. Because what's going to happen is this will be passed in, but we need to import content options and provide a method of function. What is it called? HTML? Yes, HTML, where we have to return a Boolean. This is going to be a getter. Getter method? I don't know. So based on that, we need to return a Boolean. That's false. True. Thank you for the follow. Good morning. Arguments cannot be self. Why? Didn't we do this up here? Here. We have a struct. Pub mode self returns a string. Oh, that needs to be plural. All right. Now, we did have this figured out up here. Where'd it go? This one. I don't know why the JS name had to be set back, because it was the same. Arguments cannot be self. I mean, if I don't have that, it's fine, correct? Yes. So why couldn't it be self? Is it because this is an enum? How does it know it's an enum? You can't do that with a proc macro like that. And this one worked. Pub function mode and self. I mean, what's different? Maybe the JS name? I know that's declared twice, but this looks the same. Ah, wait. It's because let's rename this. I don't think we can do the enum here. That's the only difference. Because the macro here isn't generating something that this one needs, which is probably the trait. So pub struct. Let's just call it escape. Let's just do this. Pub bool. Okay. So in this case, we actually have to do the opposite. All right. Because we're going to say, hey, do you want this to be escaped? Almost always you'll say true. Okay. That should work. And the reason we have to flip this is because basically for HTML, if we set that to true, then it gets escaped. No. Uh-oh. Let's double check this. Doctype. Comments. Ah, here. Okay. So in this case, so if we set that to true, then it's raw, and there's no escaping. So if you say yes, and you pass in true, then we need to flip that so that we don't get escaping. Can I link to this? I don't know. Okay. So that's for comment. What was the next one? Then we have comment. Now what about this one? Text and then end. There's text. Text chunks. Arguably, this should probably be moved to like a CF rewriter or something. We can do that later. Probably once the names start clashing. Boolean, string, Boolean. These are all read only, except for this one removed. Isn't there's a remove? I wonder if that's just mislabeled. Oh, the function this. And this one's a string. Could be empty if the chunk is the last chunk of the text node. I think it's empty. Okay. So there's those. Now for the methods. Now we know for these content. Oh, we had content. Do we not have content? We have comment. Oh, content's a string. That's right. Uh-oh. Okay. So that's for text. Then we have end. The end. Amanus, good morning. Amanus 40. What do we do for end? It only has append. Hmm. Content with content options. Okay. Yep. And currently we are, um, because of how the code bloat was increasing the size of the WASM, particularly for the templates, we are investigating other kinds of templates and patching into our interface, this HTML rewriter, because we can use something else, some static site generator, etc., to build out the templates that we stuff into the KV store. And then once we've done that, we can get the stuff out of the KV store, use HTML rewriter to change things. So that's what we're doing at the moment. Making it understand. Making it understand. Now we're putting in the types, and I think we just got the document handler done, which included 4 types, but we need to do the element handler now. Element handler should respond to element, comment, and text. So there's 4 functions, 3 functions. There's an element there. Do we not have like a decent type for this? Okay, we'll just guess. Here's our element handler. We did not fill that in yet because we had on that takes an element handler. And we have on document that takes a document handler. Does on document, I mean, it said that the selectors weren't used, right? Yeah, it doesn't actually have a selector for that. Okay, get rid of that. It's better. We fixed that. Okay. Well, the function that this is a reference. Oh, no, no, no. This borrow element handler. Now we have these other types. Get rid of the garbage at the end there. Okay. I think we have to create the element type, and that's the last one. Yeah, now we just need element. Okay. Element has 4 properties: string, iterator, bool, and string. Huh. Name attributes. Okay, so tag name attributes removed and namespace URI. Good. Oh, the function that These are getters. And some of the names must be changed. Is this the CF Worker JS API? It is. It is. In order to be able to access it from Rust, we have to use this WASM bindgen and create types for it. It's actually pretty nice to use. JS name in this case is going to be tag name, and we can give this a Rusty name, like so. Okay. All right, there we go. I was saying we are using a macro to generate these. These aren't in the standard library. So these aren't in JSys or WebSys. My wife is playing Minecraft and she's asking for grants. She's like, hey, can you give me this? There. Okay. All right. And now for these. Oh, yeah. We saved the best for last, didn't we? I'm going to try to encode some of this. This is a JS string. It's a Boolean. Trying to look at the comments before we delete it entirely. Sets an attribute to a value. Okay. Oh, and that returns the element back. Interesting. Okay. Removes the attribute. Also returns the element. Before. Returns element. Guessing element, 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 element. Okay, the rest of them all return elements. That's fine. Okay. function. That. And now for each of these that take a content, that's a string. And content to options. Okay. That was really fast. Name. Set attribute has string as well. Now, I think we could actually, in a lot of these, have a stir. We should only have to return string. If we're passing that data in, we can give it a stir. Okay, just flipping through it real quick, making sure we only have return types being strings. It sounds like she's building a house or something. She's asked for spruce signs, mossy cobblestone, cobblestone slabs, cobblestone, and mossy cobblestone stairs. We'll see. Okay. Well, that should be it for having the HTML rewriter wired up. We did element handler, document handler, element text chunk, comments, doc type, and so now we just have to define our types. For example, these guys that can have async functions in them. And this HTML rewriter, let's go back to that. See, we're supposed to give it an element handler and a document handler. Now the element handler, in this case, maybe we shouldn't have created this. Maybe this should be one of our types. I'm going to comment that out for a moment. What could we give it instead? Construct element handler. And we could say that takes something that implements a trait. You know, something like that, right? Then we have an impl for each one of these. Is there another way? We cannot use generics in this interface, I think. And I really don't think we can use generics here. But let's try. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, we can't do that. Can't WASM bindgen functions with lifetimes or type parameters. Okay, undo, undo, undo. Which means we have to erase the type. And we can do that with a box. Have some sort of dyne, like, element handler trait. Let's call this one the CF element handler. Request sent. Thank you. Use a JS type? Well, I can't. I would like to be able to support async here. And I want my handler to be async. Oh, and maybe we still can't do that, can we? All right, let's play this out a little further. So you're right. We might not be able to. Excuse me. It might not be worthwhile. Okay, toss that on there and there. Simple CF element handler. So I would love for this to be async, but I don't think we can do that. Element. Self. And it takes an element. Argument 1 does not live long enough. Get a promise and convert it to a future. Well, that's how do we do that when we have to pass in a type? So we pass in a type, and it can have an async function on it. I'll attend to it in a minute. So, how do we make our class have an async element handler? We have to pass it in, so something else needs to own it. Or are you saying we return a promise? Oh, yes, that might work. So we return a JS promise. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So if we had that and that, we wouldn't have async here. But we'd still need our wrapper type because we need something that can wrap that. And we would say, oh, the function element takes an element. Actually, that should probably be owned. Otherwise, we're getting into lifetime. Future. This is a JS promise. It's a promise. We could do some little shim like that. Those will pretty much get compiled away, which is nice. I mean, there's one indirection here. All right, let's wire up the rest. So we have element, we did element, comments and text. Okay. Oh, what's it saying about this? Oh, it needs to be public. Function. Spruce planks now. Spruce planks. All right. So that we have our element handler. And we should do the same thing for the document handler. Because otherwise we can't actually do anything with it. Okay. Can you put traits in that interface? Serialized and deserialized traits, internal design, REST type conversions, global stack. Oh, what's this? Okay. Anything else? Oh yeah, okay, let's get this document handler set up. Trait, document handler. Terms of promise. This makes a self. There we go. Let's do this again. Little pub function. Awesome WASM bindgen on that. And then we get rid of this one. All right, so now we can get wired in. Oh, you used to watch Raimu. Oh, yeah, me too. Me too. I hope he enjoys what he's doing. Um, yeah, we can't do that. Should have had the same issue here. Oh, it's not public. Perfect. Which means we need to create a new function. Huh? Oh, neat.
Instead of snowball.io, I'm playing snowball.io.
Because so where T implements element handler. Yes. Wait. Oh, this isn't. We need a separate impl for this. One that's not for JavaScript. There. Now, can we wait? Expected unit found. Oh, yes. Self returns to self. But our type is wrong here because it needs to be boxed. And can we move this to the where clause, please? Thank you. Into box. There we go. So if somebody boxed it already, should be fine. Or if they just give us the element handler, we should be able to box it automatically. Style is similar. Different, but similar. Most people don't interact with their audience. Really? Oh, they should. That's most of the reason. I'm not doing this just to be like some like face on a billboard. I'm actually doing it for the being around people. So there's our new on this. I'm gonna do something very similar for the document ones. I'm gonna copy paste that. Oops. Okay. Cannot return without recursing. Oh, this should be self.0. Thank you, Rust. See, that's what a good compiler's for, you know? I forgot the dot zeros on these. It's like, you're going to recurse forever. Are you sure you want to do that? No. How to stay in shape, avoid burnout. Tired every 15 days or so. Oh man, I'm in my 40s now, so I understand. Um, I think I think part of it is having a decent separation. Um, I can get kind of obsessed about things though, right? Like I'll go on walks with my wife, and she'll say, what are you working on right now?" Because she knows like how I am when I'm churning on something, because I just can't let it go. Um, for me, some of the good kind of ways to take something and set it aside from me is to actually write it down and tell myself this is for tomorrow, right? So if I get to the end of a day and I don't, and I get to that point where I'm just gonna keep chewing on something, I'll write it down. Got a little book here, and it goes into tomorrow. Oh, oh dear, it's got some schmutz on it there. Um, but that's a really great way to kind of take something off and set it aside. It's just put it down, right? And I think I don't know if it's actually the mental exercise of doing it, right? Because you have to write your thoughts down, or if it's a physical thing of handing it over, right? Like it is now in here, and I will come back to it. I will take it back out of that later. Part of it is, you know, for me, I tend to have a place for work. I know I was doing remote work before the pandemic started, and um, so I always had like the place to go. This is where I work, and when I'm not in that place, I'm not working. Um, and I know a lot of people don't have that, but some of it is, putting the computer away, right? If you have a laptop that you have from work, right, close it up, put it away, put it in a drawer, whatever it is, right? Right. It's something to associate, like to trick your brain into thinking, okay, that's work, right? It's still open over there. Am I still working? No, we close it up, we put it away, we hide it. Um, when I'm not working, I'm not in this space right here. Some other things, like if you spend time on a phone all day long, like having a different set of earbuds or a headset that you can associate and trick yourself, right? Play mind games with yourself, saying, okay, this is my work one. I'm going to set this aside. That's the work one. Now I'm going to go for a jog with my earbuds in. Those are my non-work things. I mean, little things like that can be good, but to me it sounds like, yeah, it's more of a, how do you let go of it for a little while? Let tomorrow take care of it. And I'm glad that you asked this because I will forget to write things down. I will absolutely forget. And it's not till somebody asks that I start to even get reminded myself. I used to have post-its on my screen. Right? I don't have those anymore up there. But that visual reminder would be good for me. So I think we're done with that. Let's go back to login. Well, I think we're done with actually creating the types. So in here, I'm going to completely trash the templates directory. I love Git. No, there's stuff in there. Yep, that's all going away. Okay. That goes away. This goes away. Horror show template. Oh, we can get rid of horror show for a bit. What else? More horror show. Yes, these go away now. Okay, those are expected. What else? Yeah. Base page. We got you. I get you. I don't know. That's just silly. Okay. Into string. That used to be the template. Oh, you know what? Let's just. Oh, it's not on there. Get rid of that. Same thing here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Now let's see what sort of size difference we have. We were at what, 85K or so? Let's build a production build without the template stuff now. 57K. Oh, goodness. Oh, interesting. Is it easy to set up SSL? Would I leave that for the end? Yes, actually, Cloudflare is dealing with all of that for me. So in this case, actually, I don't even know if they let you do non-SSL stuff. So if we go here, Rooster Buckets, overview, we don't really have a site set up. I guess they do. Do they let you do? Let's see. Workers. So we're matching this. We've got this worker. Everything's going into this worker. So this here is all HTTPS. If I try to take that S off, it redirects me. SSL's in the menu. Which menu? I went through kind of quick. Back in workers. Here. Oh, here. SSL TLS. No, this is for this. We want edge certificates though.
Oh, no. That was a short round. You guys.
I click on. Okay, edge certificate. So in this case, I'm likely just to use like a let's encrypt. I don't know if we can use let's encrypt with this. Or are they doing that automatically for us?
Wait, what?
Certificate, let's encrypt certificate while using Cloudflare.
No.
But instead to use Cloudflare's origin CA.
I trick. And you know what, dude?
Managed by Cloudflare. Yeah. So I don't have to do anything. Wow.
I was
Oh, this would be great for HSTS because you don't have to manage the keys. Always use. Yes, good. So really, it was already done since the beginning.
Dang it.
I don't even have an origin server. Origin cert. Yeah. Client, custom host names. So it's done. I'm glad. So let's go with full. Go full. Which is funny because we actually stop at the Cloudflare bit there. We're not even setting up an origin server. So we're full. It's very strict. Check if your website can use more secure SSL. Sure. Yeah, turn that on. All right. Well, that's good. Um, that and our size here has dropped down to 60, which is within our list today. Right? We're trying to get to 60. We were at 91. And we're pivoting and going to use Cloudflare's HTML rewriters for this. I'm not exactly sure. There's one case where I don't see a solution yet. But that's something that I'll noodle on. And we'll come up with something later. I think the pieces are there. I just don't see how to put them together yet. So let's get this set up. Let's see. Go back to login. More interested in login at the moment. Okay. Journey in AI. Good morning. How are you? So let's get our KV template here. We need to get the HTML.
When I'm old, and every Halloween, up inside.
This is not going to be with metadata. This is a fetch. Storage is going to be request.env.template. And the path is request dot request dot path. I want to rename this. Okay. What's it grumpy about? Oh, yes. Wants to borrow that.
It's nothing on. Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna destroy this.
Had that on the wrong object. There we go. Oh, interesting. Yes. Cannot satisfy can fetch. Because we don't have a type anymore. Oh, we don't need that. Is it the same here? Well, here we're return. Oh, okay. No, we actually have to have a return type. Now we want this to be a. What do we want that to be? That's async. It's going to be an option to something. Okay. Option to a. Is something. An option to a something, obviously. Readable stream. But we have to await this. And technically, now this needs to go outside of this. Because if this doesn't exist, we return early.
What a break. Yeah, go.
In this case, we're going to be returning. Oh, goodness. Basically, our unhandled, our none. What was it again? Future route result. A route result. Not handled. And we pass the EMV request back. Does that need to be an okay? All right. So there we have our page. If it doesn't exist in the templates, we're going to bail. Then we have no match. Now, once we get a little further, we actually need to do something with the page. Technically, we could just return it. So if we just gave page that there, can HTML rewriter take something like that? See, this is where I really want documentation on the transform function. Because you see, okay, we've got this res. We don't know what type res is. What type is that? We're looking again for it. We should just ask in their Discord. Where's Discord? Workers, general, docs. All right. A quick search. Maybe somebody's asked before.
Get back up. Punch him in the butt and launch him up.
I'm not seeing anything. This is all about. Oh, here. Transform.text. What is this? Yeah, you have to return the promise. Text probably just awaits that. Huh. Okay. Well, I don't see it.
Wow.
We'll see if anything comes of that. But for now, we'll just pretend we know what it is. Hello, Noram. Good morning. Oh, you think you just got it. These workers are similar to Lambda functions. Basically, they are units of work that will generate the HTML server side. Yes. But then since WASM is run, in the we're not running WASM in the browser. We're running WASM in the Lambda function, which is the worker. Yeah. Okay, let's try to get a little transformer up and running. So we've got this readable string. We're doing this sign thing. Whatever. It's not doing anything, is it? Hash sign? Yeah, it's doing nothing. That's fine. I'm going to return a future with some bits here. Now, at this point, we're going to use the HTML rewriter. Do we have a constructor for that? I would assume it's a web API response object. We need a an emote there. Here, we'll toss that one in there. All right. To avoid any misunderstanding. Yes. Yes, because I don't want to. All right. Um, so, yes, how do we construct one of these? In the documentation, for HTML rewriter, it does have a. Wait, where'd it go? Okay. So we can give it a constructor. Or can we just call new on it? Does it automatically have one? Huh. Okay. It's just really simple. New dot on. Then we give it, let's say on everything. On absolutely everything. We'll give you our CF element handler, which we will pass our element handler into. And we will transform. Where to go? Our page.
Hey, Dad.
Expected struct readable stream. Found struct JS value. Oh, because of the transform. Oh, wow. All right, little distraction. Okay. Transform is going to return this, but we're giving that to something that has a different type on it. We are giving it to response new. In which case we take a readable stream. Maybe, just maybe that type returns a readable stream. In the repo. Wait, do they work for Cloudflare? What was this? Um, developer week roles, streaming, community champion, naturally Lexon, searching the repo. So we have new string and new. Yeah, he is very helpful. Very helpful, as in they've posted 2 responses and given the impression that they're searching on something. Hello, Meester123FG. Can I teach you the difference between something like Actix and WebAssembly? Those are apples and oranges at the moment. And usually when people say Actix, they are referring to Actix Web, which is like an HTTP server. Okay. And WebAssembly runs in the browser. So you would typically use Actix as a web service, something that your browser would connect to. But WebAssembly is something that your browser runs. So, two different sides of the network. Actix, server side. WebAssembly, usually client side. But in this case, with what I'm doing, it turns out that you can use WebAssembly inside of Cloudflare workers, which happens to be on the server side. So, does that help? Do I think WebAssembly will replace Actix Web? Never. No. Two different things. They solve a different purpose. Yeah, you're welcome. Pour some tea. Okay. Oh, link to the definition. Oh, here we go. A response is an object returned when you fetch an external resource using fetch. And it can have the body of a readable stream. Body type of, okay. All right. So what do we get here? So the HTML rewriter returns a response. So it takes a response and returns a response. Okay. And responses here. Perfect. So did I create this incorrectly then? So I think I just have our types mixed up. So here's a readable stream. And if it takes a response, we don't want to do a fetch though.
This is so fun.
Maybe, just maybe, got this wired up funny. So we should be returning not that. I like that. Okay. Because if transform takes and returns a response, we need to actually pass the response into it. But to do that, we have to give the response the page. Okay, so we return page here. Delete that. Shove that outside somewhere.
I made a face.
Extract into variable. Yeah. Have that be our response. And that takes a response. Okay. Well, let's go fix the type there. So CF HTML rewriter transform takes a response and returns one. Oh, cannot initialize a tuple struct which contains private fields. Ah, new. Yes. And we didn't create our element handler. Okay. Oh goodness, what kind of element handler are we going to build? We could create one that's local here. I don't think we need to do any of this anymore. Because given the change here, this is going to be quite a bit different. Yeah, let's create our element handler. Login element handler. Oh, wait. No. We want to impl CF element handler. For that, implement missing members. Okay. Then we have an instance of it that becomes that guy. Element. What are we going to do here? We could log some of this. Or we could change some. Or just do nothing. Let's choose nothing at the moment. Let's see it just pass through. Oh, it needs to return a promise. That's right, because we might need to do something else here. Hmm. Need to implement a text function at least, but we're not actually changing the text. We're not mutating it at all. I mean, we could put something in there. Text dot replace. I think that had to replace, didn't it? Yeah, we could replace. So content and escape. This wants a stir. Halsey was here. Bro. All right, but let's return the promise. And okay. It's, well, text is going to be anything inside of an element, right? Element might be like a div or something like that. Okay, but how do we do, is it new? What does promise want? No. We have the function all raise, reject, resolve, catch, then yada yada yada. Okay, let's go back. I mean, is this not the right type? Should we be returning? Hold on. From promise. JS future. Okay, this is the other way. Okay, we don't want to do that. This is a wrapper around a promise. We want a JS promise wrapped around a future. I mean, new might be the way. Okay, so we'll say new. And what in the world? Creates a promise with the provided executor callback. Okay. The callback is a function that is passed with the arguments resolve and reject. Okay. Callback function is executed immediately by the promise implementation, passing resolve and reject functions. Executor is called before the promise constructor even returns the created object. The resolve and reject functions, when called, resolve or reject the promise, respectively. The executor normally initiates some asynchronous work, and then, once that completes, either calls the resolve function, but can we do async work in a closure like that? We can't. Ah, because you can't really have async. Let's go look at what is that crate we're using? We're using WASM by Gen Futures. It provides two conversions from a JavaScript promise into a Rust feature, from a Rust feature into a JavaScript promise. Perfect. Whoa. Okay.
Oh, wow. I'll launch this guy. No, you will not kill him.
Always found it's funny that it's called a promise.
Ha! Everybody's dead.
Ah, here we go. We can do future to promise. The future's result will translate to Okay, or error. Um, Actually, what do we do for error here? Errors. If a handler throws an exception, parsing is immediately halted. The transformed response body is errored with the thrown exception, and the untransformed response body is cancelled and closed. If the transformed response body was already partially streamed back to the client will see a truncated response. Dun dun dun. Okay. Well, that's silly. What, I mean,
Well, nobody else.
oh, it wants a JS value. Result output is a JS, excuse me, a Rust result of a JS value. Got it. Um, you're not supposed to break a promise. Absolutely. So, what do we have for okay in this case? I mean, we could either cancel. We want the result potentially sent to JavaScript. So let's figure this out. Future to promise. And in this case, what is our return type? Because text here, does that. I mean, really, we're not doing anything. We're just trying to throw on error.
Somebody's.
I guess how do we throw an exception in this? Because maybe we should be using the other API, but then throwing.
He's gigantic. It's just him and me. I beat a gigantic guy.
I don't know that we could actually return something here. Um, well, the error, because in this case they're just expecting that an error you throw, right? Not my favorite, I have to admit. I mean, in this case, we might as well use the other function and just let it bail. So if we do a spawn local, that returns nothing, but then we can error out inside of it. Expected promise found unit. Where? Oh, well, does spawn local? Oh, that doesn't return the. Mm. Future to promise. Okay, so we need that, but then we need some little ditzy. Let's return like a 0. Okay, JS value. No, just something. What can we do on a JS value? How do we create them? From bool. Let's just do that. JS value from bool true. Everything worked, just peachy. Okay. Then we have these other ones. Let's just simplify them. There. So we're expecting Halsey was here. New CF element handler. Hmm.
Hey, you tiny. Hey, you want to win?
Create box dine element handler static from that not found. It's owned. It's an element handler. It's boxed. And it's static. We could do that, or we could do a dot into on it. We should also box it. Anyhow, okay, that looks like it's working. Let's try it out. A big moment. Here we go. Actually, we should do another build on this. Another just to check the size. Oh, look at that. Halsey was here. Halsey was here. Okay, so that's working. Holy cow. Okay, so what did we do? We tossed some HTML into the KV store, pulled it out of the KV store, created a transformer with a bunch of promises, resolved it all here, tossed it back out. Wow. Wow. Okay. Page not found. Great. Let's check the size.
Mm.
58. Wow. Over 30 kilobytes trimmed off today. That's lovely. Let's get that kind of codified here. Committed. Okay. Well, let's clean up a little bit of this. Figure out what we're gonna do for this too. Page. This is supposed to be like the not specific kinds of pages, but this would be pages that people have created and edited, stuff like that. Hold on a sec. There's an urgent need. Okay. So yeah, we have to figure out what we're gonna do here. I'm gonna give that a think. I'll think on that. But in terms of the rest of this, I think that's gonna work. I'm gonna have to come up with some system for generating basically the static site templates. What should we use for that? We build it ourselves. Only so interested in that. What are the there's Hugo. There's
Master is second.
Gatsby, Jekyll.
No.
Okay. Now these guys here actually, what was it? Workers. No, we want to go back up one. I go to pages. Where's pages? It's at the bottom. Getting started. Because that's very similar to this. Serving pages. Route matching, etc. Not found behavior. Oh, look at all these. Hugo, Jekyll, Gatsby, Pelican. Which one's the Rust one? Is that Hugo? Not familiar with Umi.
Pizza. Where is pizza?
Install Wrangler. Oh, what's this? Google Lighthouse. Huh. Okay. They didn't really talk on what to use. Just that static's faster. Like they're faster than the others. Lib.rs. Let's go look. Static. Zola. That's the other one. Cobalt. RDXL. I don't even know what that is.
What?
Okay. What was Hugo in? Hugo's in, was that a Go thing? Hugo makes building websites fun again. Oh, Hugo. Thank you. You have themes, capable templating. Yeah, we're going to be moving this. We're going to take half of this. We just want to be able to generate templates. So this might be overkill. We might go with Zola on this. Hey, good morning, Brooke. How you doing? Oh, and thank you for the raid. We are currently at a point where we're exploring template engines, and they are very excited back there. Wow. How's your stream today? Let's go look at their GitHub. I want to make sure that this is a living, breathing project. Everything built in. Oh, they've got a little comparison table. Cobalt is in Rust as well. Interesting. Now we're going to do multilingual elsewhere. Image processing, we don't care all that much. Sane and powerful template engine. Both of them. That's great. You know what's funny with this? I don't care about most of this because we're going to be using it as a template generator. It was good. You set up a title page on a new game. Nice. With sounds for selecting different menu items. Oh, very cool. What stack are you using? What tech are you going to use for that?
It's just like the game. Oh, and I
Supported content formats. Zola and Cobalt. Hmm.
what? And I am first.
I'm tempted to explore Cobalt. Just to see what it is. Let's see what Cobalt is.
Evelyn, we shall battle. Evelyn, I will name my character.
I will name my character, he says. Oh, ALT. Rust GG, is he? Oh, nice. Custom ECS library. Very nice. How is GGEZ doing these days? I know you've probably got a run, but 3 months ago it got updated? Nice. I want to see the releases. Oh, they're working on a release candidate for 0.6. Interesting. 25 versions published. All right. 70,000 downloads of all time. I mean, inspired by the Love game framework. They're talking so loud. All right, back to Cobalt. You're using it until Bevy stabilizes. Yeah. This has 15,000 downloads of all time. 40 versions published. Straightforward static site generator written in Rust. Hmm. Let's. RDXL. Hmm. I like being able to use like HTML and bits like that. I'm cautious about using uh, the content formats. I don't like using Markdown so much. All right, and just a quick search, Bevy. What are they up to? They're still at 05. Okay, got a lot of traction lately. All right, we're gonna try to use Zola for this. Oh, we already have that open, don't we? Scalable, blazingly fast. Okay. I really think I'm gonna have to think on this. Um, so Zola is a static site generator. Oh, please see Jamstack. Interesting. Oh, look at all those. Okay, let's go back. Written in Rust and uses the Terra template engine, which is similar to Jinja 2. Django templates, Liquid, and Twig. Content is written in Common Mark and strongly defined, highly compatible. Specification of Markdown. Okay. First steps. Zola init templates. Okay. So first thing we do, get status. Okay, we're clean. Yeah. Git move templates to templates old. Zola init templates. What is the URL of your site? Undetermined. You're going to grab some lunch? All right, Brooke. Well, thank you for the raid. We're going to set up a template engine to produce templates, which seems a little weird, but we'll see how it goes. Wow, they are loud today. I'm going to have to kind of come in close here. Got to turn the mic down. Okay. Mimeograph.roosterbuckets.com. SAS compilation. Oh, sure. Why not? Syntax highlighting? No is fine. Do you want to build a search index of the content? No. We're creating templates. Well, let's do this in the other term. Okay. So let's go to this location and see what we have. Welcome to Zola. You're seeing this page because we couldn't find a template to render. To modify this page, create an index. That should be an index.html file. I don't know. Should it be an A or is it an N when this starts with a vowel? Create an index.html file in the templates directory or install a theme. You can find what variables are available in this template in the documentation. Okay. We do not need a sitemap. Robots.txt. Ooh, interesting. Do we want that? Can probably handle that in Cloudflare in a different way. Okay. This looks like HTML. It's fine. But how do we use templates here? How do we create some sort of base for this? Templates, overview. Zola uses the Terra template engine, which is very similar to Jinja. Okay, yeah. Standard templates. So they look for index.html, section.html, and page.html. Custom templates are not required to live at the root of your templates directory. For example, product page with pictures.html is a valid template. I'm going to have to read up on this. So I'm going to do that probably later this afternoon. And We're gonna get a raid started. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, we're gonna get that going. I think we made a ton of progress today. Switching away from handlebars is going to be interesting. We'll have to see how that goes. Actually, did I get really quiet? Is this too quiet? Oh, this is really quiet. I've got to get like really in. Wow. Yeah, the music is like much louder. All right. Well, thank you all for hanging out. Till next time. Bye bye.